We are live. Oh, I remember this deck. We got Bowmasters, Hull Breacher, Wheel of Fortune, Time Spiral, Beautiful Mana, Ancestral Recall, some counters. Hand looks slow as shit, doesn't it? Hey, good evening, 100 Viewbots. How you doing? How's your Monday going? I have been probed. This is probably like one of the slower hands that I would keep. And it's probably wrong. Probably should have been Mulm. The sewers give some filtering, and then we have the Epiphany giving some filtering. That's what made it tempting for me, but hey, there we are. Yeah, opponent's like not playing like red aggro from what we can see. Oh, maybe they are. But I think you still want to keep that removal spell there. Merry Cubemist to you too, Dumb the Kid. You just ordered a case of sleeves for your cube? Hell yeah. What brand sleeves do you get, Dumb? What do you prefer for your cubage? It's an interesting thing, right? Because you want it to be like good so they last a really long time. But then when you're buying sleeves for a cube, you're buying like so many sleeves, right? I could see getting different brands of sleeves for like what you use in a regular tournament versus what you sleeve a cube with. The KMC Hyper Phoenix, nice. Yeah, KMCs are solid, So Firebending doesn't really work with his ability. When you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, you get a 2-2 with Firebending. But then Firebending is only useful in your combat step. I guess they're both good with instants. Hot diggity. Hey, happy Monday to you too, SM Cardi. When people play the sleeved cube, do they re-sleeve or double sleeve their drafted decks? No. You're wondering about cubes getting confused from deck to deck? People remember what cards they drafted. The only way a card would get confusing is if your opponent like control magic did or something, and then they like shuffled it in on accident. But then like when they see it in their deck, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, I didn't fucking." It's like not even the right color of card, right? And so, oh, they weren't gonna play the Bloodbraid Challenger because they're gonna see what Lelia was gonna find first. Nice. You're gonna draft it in mid to late January. Sweet. What kind of cube is it? So this is not in standard, right? Just like this one's not, because it's got like a different... I actually don't hate that set symbol. Yeah, right, Chukasaka? I was just thinking about that. Nice, just to clear that Minsc. Oh, fun, Dom the Kid. I like that idea. I like the idea of proxying a couple of exclusive cards. Even like a slightly different vibe. It doesn't take that many card choices to get a slightly different vibe. Yeah, tricky to know whether I should play on days there or not. Mana drain, brutal. Okay, well, I guess I'll fucking trade with a Minsc because it took 2 damage. And then we take 6 and go to 5. At least they can't really use this mana drain mana. Attack them to 7, then attack me to 1. I think we still attack. Because trading just gives them, like, you just, like, lose that game. Yeah, the Cascade into Fiery Confluence was so bad for me. We were just very ahead, and now it's like, well, probably not. How do you boost a tutor IRL? People do it a little differently. A lot of times with a cube, what you do is you make a pack out of the cube, which is what Arena does with it. Come on. Come on. Fucking 3 lands. Just gotta hope that their hand is also 3 lands, I guess. Just gotta fucking get on my prayer boots here. Oh shit! Oh my god! They did just have a bunch of lands. Wow. That game made Grave Titan look good. This is like a top end, like, here's the fucking thing. Fire Nation wasn't bad. I feel like that was like kind of its ceiling, right? Where you get 3 2/2s for your card. I think I'm gonna cut it for the Grave Titan. Got there. We did get there. I'm thinking about Life Death with Crab and Grave Titans. Start to look reasonable. Got some early cards worth reanimating too. I'm actually going to cut Toxic Deluge, even though they're like playing an aggro deck. Like they're playing stuff like Minsc and Boo, where Toxic looks really bad. And then I think I want Liliana in here. Just one more way of bidding things. We're on the draw, so I'll cut Tideminder, and I'll bring it back in on the play, if I remember. Luna B, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 100 months. Oh, 8 months till the big 100. Sorry. Thanks for the 92 months. I guess I'll pass. Did you know that for every 10th hour you listen to Jonathan Young, your PP grows a half an inch? I don't think I was aware of that. It's a very precise measurement. If you don't have a PP, do you just like start growing one? And if that works, then how do you know that it's gonna like enlarge your current PP and not just like fucking start growing new ones, right? Like PP warts. What shrinks it? I haven't done like a hard study or anything, but I'd imagine Five Finger Death Punch. Hyenoxia, thanks for the Saw, thanks for 52 months. The one Five Finger Death Punch viewer is just like, what the fuck, Caleb? What the fuck? Oh, we're dashing. So Cult Epiphany, the token's coming to play tapped. So I think we just let this happen. Like another Tamium. It's wild that people shit on entire genres of music here. What's the... When did that happen? Because you said K-pop can shrink the PP. Yeah, the question was it as a desired thing, like they wanted. A positive context. All right, Shinobi, you gotta do some good stuff for me. A probe, huh? They have 3 cards, so it's these 3. Okay. Okay. You may have missed the context a bit. Yeah, it wasn't the most serious of discussions. How's Dave? Dave's doing really well. He started pooping outside, which has been a huge relief to us. As you'd imagine. It's it's not how most people would use this ancestor recall, but tis the season, right? Yeah. So here we could actually kill the Tamiyo before it flips, but instead what we're gonna do is kill this Makdi so the Shinobi gets to connect. And that all seems pretty good to me. Oh, very cool, Dom the Kid. What a monker's turn, yeah. Do I send this at Tamiyo? Just hit the Tamiyo for 1? Feels like dealing them 6 would be sick. Yeah, I'm gonna hit them for 6. I think they've got the Fire Covenant in their deck. That'd be a sick way to win here. Spellbomb, Soul Ring. Huh. Considering drawing a card. Because I find a black source, then I can play like the Frog or Bitter Triumph the Tamiyo. Hey, we found the black source. Now we gotta choose between Frog, Curtains, and Bitter Triumph. I think Frog's where it's at. So the opponent just drew a shitload. I don't know if y'all noticed. killing the orcs. Interesting. Kind of implies they want to draw more cards. Huh. Tinker. I didn't see that coming. Into Portal. I guess we leave the Orc Army. And just hope we can fucking connect. Sure. The Ragavan, the hero Ragavan. Hell yeah. I can't believe we won the recall the opponent game. Oh man, I should have taken a screenshot. Probably a lot of different ways to win that game, If you just draw the 3, you draw your second black source and your frog and everything, you're just like happy. It was funny though. Here, have more cards that you can cast. I get a bunch of orc pings. Let's go. Let's do this thing. What are you going to do? Draw cards at me? Lots of ways to win, but how many are as cool as the way it happened, right? Pretty unique. Blue lightning bolt, kind of weird. Not really lightning bolt, right? Because it splits up and grows your thing. So it's like arc lightning. Blue arc lightning. Plus Bounty of the Hunt. Those 2 cards stapled together for 1 blue. It's pretty good. No downsides. You thinking of Arc Trail and Tropic Endgame? Land? Swamp, please. Hey, nice. What should I listen to? Beast in Black? Always. That fucking synthesize aim. I think the concealed is just gonna be a just a wall game. Gladiatorian, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 3 months there. So I think we're gonna be going like Damnation into like either Orcs or Hull Breacher plus a draw 7 maybe. How to discard here? Yeah, let's discard Occupation. What did I discard? 2 cards? Jesus. Interesting, you didn't recall the opponent this game, right? What happened to your streamer? Yeah, right? Sold out. I figured this would get them to pump the ballista. Oh, they're paradoxically. Interesting. That I did not predict. Wild. You think I care more about winning than being unorthodox? I don't see what my religion has to do with it. You think I'm a sellout for Big Trophy? Is that what you think? Just because you said those words? Why has it been so hard to hit land drops this game? We've hit 4 lands out of our first 18 cards. That doesn't seem like a like an average ratio. Imagine if we hadn't had the library and the recall going, huh? This is indeed our sweet deck from last night. You missed a hot one, Nicole. We fucking we were in a spot where the opponent like had a bunch of shit in play, and I wanted to get in with my Fallen Shinobi. And so I reanimated orcs and then Ancestral recalled them. And then they responded, because I was killing their loot, they responded by recalling with loot themselves. And I was like, yeah. Just spraying damage around. That was good. And then they tinkered for Portal in their Rug Aggro deck. Which is the darndest thing. I am not Sadagain. I am taking this year off from Cube for Charity for a lot of different reasons. Last year was pretty hard for me. This is a pretty stressful year for me with the 365 and everything. But I'm obviously very proud of what we've done with our little community. It's possible I should just rebuy a recall, huh? I kind of just want to cast the damn frog. Happy Honda Days to all who celebrate. Happy Honda Days, one and all. I could draw a card with Library, but then I'd have to lose life with the Triumph. Kind of don't want to do that. I kind of just want to discard a card. What if I fucking, instead of Frog plus Sauron, or I'm sorry, instead of Frog plus Triumph, what if I went Sauron into Triumph? Might solve some of my mana woes. Feels weird to not get the Frog down, though. Frog's pretty good. Oh yeah, chat's very spicy. Never consult your loved ones before making massive spending choices regarding automobiles? Of course not. You would ruin the surprise. Hell yeah, Coin Man. I fucking love buying vinyl. Opponent's in a rough spot, right? Like, the Tamiyo is, once again, threatening to ultimate, unless they cash in the Ballista, and then if they do that, the Tamiyo can just worry about the Time Warp. Hey, Billy sends the sub, thanks for 71 months. Wow, they're actually just letting me ult. I guess there's only 18 cards left. This is draw 9. Is it even better than rebuying the Time Warp? Rebind the Time Warp would be sick if I could play the Damnation 2 and then have Hull Breacher plus Spiral. A little short. Finnish music on my stream? Oh yeah, lots of Finnish music. Finland and Sweden, I think. Two countries with just like way more metal bands than you would expect based on their populations. Excited to go to a metal festival in Europe this summer. Opponent's at 10. It's kind of a bummer. Because, like, you can Hull Breach your Time Spiral here, but you can also just, like, get their 5-4 out of the way and kill them with the Frog. Oh, you can also just jump the Frog. We didn't even need to get out of the way. Just give it flying, right? -1 damage. Punt! Alright, opponents doing artifact-y stuff. I don't really have anything in my sideboard for that. I don't have any artifact theft. So we're just gonna jam it. They were kind of aggressive, huh? For being an artifact deck, they were kind of aggressive. I'm gonna keep both my sweepers in. You're trying not to backseat with that 2000 IQ line? Oh, just giving it flying? Yeah, yeah. I appreciate your restraint, Vanko. If I draw another blue source, it'd be tempting to just, like, hold up Drain, but we don't know if we'd have Drain up on turn 2 anyway. Might as well play the library, get our cards. Ideally, we would draw, like, Underground Sea, so we could turn 2 Bitter Triumph into turn 3 Drain. Evening, Cube God and Caleb, I guess. Yeah, good evening. Ooh. This is already a scary turn. Double Mox Academy turn 2. Sure. Nice. Well, it's not an Underground Sea, but it is pretty much what I was asking for. After last game, I like don't want to discard a land, but it's probably the case, huh? Just bin the Crypt. And then we hope they don't do anything too nasty here. And then we can just mana drain them next turn. Nothing, yes! Oh my god, that was perfect. Looks like they had a lot of air and they were like leaning on that Laelia maybe. And then next turn, we can either Shinobi or like Frog plus Bowmasters instead of for Spiral. Kind of whatever we want here, Is Spiral plus Wan Chi insane? I think it's just 2 birds. Or 2 spirits, rather. It'd be more convenient if the spirit token showed birds. Brainstorm triggers Wan Chi too. Hot diggity. Nice little trophy. I was so down on myself yesterday, I remember, at the end of the stream. Like, I had misclicked around, and it just, like, fucking killed my energy. That deck was sick, though. I'm glad it panned out. I am going to go grab a drink real quick and grab some water. I'll be back in a few minutes. More nasty beard? No, I went through all of that. I'm beard out. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's draft. I got an idea. Let's draft. What are we drafting? You hope it's Cube? I think it is Cube. You know, I just joined something at random, but it does appear to be Cube. So I've got that $5 wine. I drank like an entire bottle of it on, I think it was Friday night last week sometime. I've got some delicious whiskeys. I almost like Mana Vault over Tinker. Vandwedge, thanks for the sub. The 6 months in advance? Hell yeah. Drafting a will for the opponent? My god. I'll let chat decide. I've got some Applejack. I've got some Anzac Cognac. I've got Wollersheim, local Wisconsin whiskey. I've got some Nika whiskey from the barrel. That's a Japanese whiskey that you can get in the States. I have some Gunpowder Irish Gin. I should probably draft a card. I'm taking the Mana Vault. Gonna have a very little bit of this Bruce Ladich Eiley Barley 2013 left. Are we deciding drinks or cards? Kind of both. Oh. And of course, the $5 wine. The $5 Pinot Noir. Looking at that worm. Looking at Currency Converter. I always like Currency Converter. You choose the $5 wine and room temp Powerade. $5 wine mixed with Applejack. Oh my god. Yeah, alright. Alright, we'll put back all these really good whiskeys. Had a lot of really good whiskeys here. Would have been nice and smooth and tasty. Sorry, Cognac. Chat has decided differently. Alright. Despite it being a $5 bottle of wine, it has a real cork, so it'll be an adventure to get this open. I think I might have the... Oh, I should probably draft a card. What about Atraxa, huh? What about an Atraxa? Or Vamp Tutor. Vamp Tutor would be sick. Let's see. So I have my old cork here. Papers. Tools. Hey, I do have it. I do have the corkscrew down here still. Why does it have a cork? Well, it's normally more expensive than $5. It was the discount bin. I'm gonna draft Dark Ritual and just cast a damn Atraxa. Just play the thing. Fastbond's weirdly tempting. I'm gonna grab Dark Slick. Alright. right. I've successfully removed the corkage. The jar that I brought down to put booze in, I brought ice with it because I assumed I'd be drinking a nice whiskey or something. Or gin. This maybe? I'll grab Talisman. Yeah, not bad. Well, time to see what happens when we add Applejack to it. That was part of it, right? Applejack, of course. Just a brandy made with apples. You know what? Not bad. I think I want one of these shocks. I should probably grab the worm in case we do get flash. Better than Mountain Blue. Mountain Blue is pretty good. A little overpriced for what it was, but pretty good. Absolutely flat soda. I try to be streaming on the YouTube. Every once in a while, the client gives me guff, but that's the only reason I wouldn't be. Grave Titan is pretty damn castable in a Mana Vault Dark Ritual deck. Sup, Sneak Attack? Yeah, honestly, it kind of just tastes like somebody, well, like somebody spiked my wine, which I guess is exactly what I did. Like, if you're drinking red wine and you're like, this is not getting me drunk enough, we gotta speed this up a little bit. I would not say that it's offensively bad. But it's kind of like if you went to like a party and they had a punch bowl and the people like didn't know what they were doing. And you like finish your drink politely, but maybe you don't go back later. Thinking about that at Urborg. Also thinking about Sacred Foundry. Probably more white sources than I actually want, just for Atraxa. Amazing Entropic Ender. Amazing. Proceed to Die of Embarrassment. Kind of a snappy line. Alright, I'm just gonna grab this Badlands. God, I want that Emrakul. I want that Emrakul so bad. But we don't need an Emrakul, we need a Badlands. Look at that discipline. Look at that trigger control. Oh, Tarn action here. Yeah, we grabbed the Emrakul. I'd be on channel now, of course. A little tempted by Voidwalker. A little tempted by the Verge. Or Manamorphose. There's a lot to be tempted by here. A lot of blue producing stuff. We don't have any blue cards yet. Ooh, Sheldock though. Sheldock could be my blue splash reasoning. I like Damnation. I like Damnation a lot. Like, even against my Artifact opponent, Damnation was awesome in that last draft. Alright, so I'm not sipping Applejack wine on an empty stomach. I did grab myself a little snack. A little Chobani Greek yogurt. Only natural ingredients. That's a bummer. What are you gonna do? Where am I gonna get my daily dose of microplastics? I'm a growing boy. I'm a chemical. I'm a chemical. Just enjoy a nice bottle of water. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you, pervert? Those hydration perverts always telling me to hydrate. Now that's a mana base, I tell you what. One Mox, please. It'd be a sick Tez. The Grim Monolith would be awesome too. It fit my plan of just like casting the damn ramp targets. Hard to pass a Mox though. I'm not gonna pass a Mox. I'm not doing it. I'm just not built that way. What color is this deck? Yes. Flash and show and tell. Oh. Oh. The Water Grave is excellent. I kind of just want to throw a Minsc and Boo in here. So I will. Oh, I'm usually not high on Oath, but this is a really good Oath deck. Kind of like the Trop, too. There'll be 3 cards left. How many blue sources do we have right now? All 3 talismans produce blue. 1, 2, 3. If we played an island, it's 3, 4, 5, 6. I almost wonder if Taiga's better. You're just listening to Beast in Black? Nice. Almost like Entomb, we do just have the 1 reanimation effect. If we'd taken the Entomb, we'd be on Shallow Grave here. But I'm gonna grab this Heath. Unfortunately, it doesn't get red, but it does get my other base colors. You feel like we don't have a lot of playables? It doesn't have to be a feeling, you know, say. We have 11 mana sources, and that only leaves you with, like, what, 18 playables? So we're like short 5 for a typical deck. What's in the sideboard? Mostly other lands. Almost like Teferi. Talismans are playable mana sources? Sure, I mean, they're like ramping growths, right? Ramping us up. Making these things castable. AJ25F thinks the sub thinks it's 62 months. I almost like Metamorphosis over Through the Breach, but we'll grab that Breachy. Breach it up. Currently only need 4 more cards. Easy. Easy. We got a show and tell coming back to us. We got a... I want to grab that commercial district. That makes the Heath and the Tarn able to fetch red real nicely. There's so much green in this mana base. Maybe I should be grabbing that Mastery. Meh. Yeah, having fetchable red sources is pretty important with Sneak Attack, because usually you want multiple red. What's up, Show and Tell? Alright, we only need 3 more cards. Yeah, we got a Godless Shrine back there. There's a few white sources if we want to play the Teferi, which we probably will. The Temple Garden's awkward because we just like have an excess of green already. And the most cuttable green source is that Copperline Gorge, which is also a red source. Oath could wheel. Could wheel. Who else wants that Oath? Do I cut Oath of Grave Titan if I include Oath of Druids? I do not. I almost went to drink from the bottle of wine. My body was rejecting the mixed beverage. I was just like, I don't want to. Why not just drink the... What are you doing, Caleb? What are you doing to me? Holy shit. I missed a donation from Modular Monk. Thanks for the $50 donation, Monk. That was sick. I appreciate it. Very generous. Monk says they had a rough year, but both me and the song helped them through it. Much love to me and my wife, and thanks for everything. You are very welcome. Oath of Druids. Who could have seen that one wheeling, huh? You hope they would put the Welder package in this iteration? I would like to play with Goblin Welder again, huh? Some, yeah. You think the mana's good? I mean, we are playing all of the colors. I should hope it's good. Yeah, not a lot of sideboard options here for us. All right, let's see what Monk wanted to listen to. We got some King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Hell yeah. Your rice cooker is done cooking the rice. That is a good day indeed. I think I want to play the Tez. It's like a removal spell, sort of. We got one white source buried in the talismans. Really don't want to play Razor Edge. Let's figure out the mana first, and then decide if we want to play Tez or not. Actually, to do some counts here. So for blue, we could get away with like 7 blue sources. There's really only 2 blue cards. We got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice, perfect. And then green is kind of similar, and we're already at plenty, right? Seven green. Cool. Yeah, green looks good. Red, we kind of want, like, I don't know, 8. Oh, it's actually 8 green because of the Curiosity. Red's at 7 right now, so I do want to add at least 1 mountain. Mana's looking pretty good so far. Let's look at black. Where's that 10 black sources already? This is sick. Okay, let's play these and this and... even 2 mountains, huh? Throw the deck of the old overlay. Deck is saucy. Oh yeah, we got the sauce here. This deck's not going dry fucking ever. Spotify alternatives. Isn't there? There's one that like just like straight up pays artists more. Title. If you want your listens to contribute the most to the artists, Title's the best. Not bad. They're just straight up blocking? Huh. Okay. Not the play I would have made, but... Again, delightful little song. Should probably be on my chill playlist. The problem has been remedied. I'll put on a King Gizzard album. Have I received my RKF stuff yet? I have not. You thought the block was telegraphing a balance? If they had a balance, they just wouldn't have played the Ragavan, right? I think they just thought it had trample and it didn't. This could be going in front of the Ocelot Pride, but with the Oath here, kind of fine with them doing the Pride thing. You can't comprehend how Oath works even when reading it. It's worded really stupid, but it's just like if your opponent has more creatures than you, then you get to flip cards off the top until you hit a creature, put it into play. And it's symmetrical, so. Hey, Floating One, thanks the sub. A land or a clamp, probably the clamp here. I wonder if I should have hit a land just to prevent, like, Parallax Wave here. Or, like, Council's Judgment. So the idea here is that the Teferi is just, like, not very good against aggro decks, right? Because they can just attack it and clear it. Harvester's another sweeper, and by cutting the Teferi, I also get to cut those shock lands. So we'll be dealing ourselves less damage against aggro. Keep one in to hardcast the Atraxa. We have that talisman that can give us white mana for that, I guess. Or treasure. Opening hand too fair. Are you talking about the show and tell guy's hair color? We got a redhead in here. How many people at Daybreak did you bribe? I would assume that you would only need to bribe one, right? The right person. Oh, yeah. Like bidding a mountain or the Urborg, maybe. Oh, we didn't have to discard. It's gonna answer to a Volborn. Nice. Hey, what if I want Dark Ritual instead of Through the Breach? So Dark Ritual, Show and Tell, 1 black floating, put in Sneak Attack. So basically here they take 15 damage, and then in our second main phase, we down-tick the Minsc and Boo, flinging Emrakul the Aeon's Torn at the opponent's face for the extra 15. Pretty snazzy. Anyway, we had exactly enough mana, but we had to use the Show and Tell in there as a ritual. The other line is you just like play the fucking Damnation, and you're just like, yeah, Damnation. And then kill him with whatever the next turn. Damnation first to take all their permanents? Yeah, but it doesn't win that turn, right? Correct, Emily. All lines lead to the Spaghetti Monster Eldritch Horror. You think Solitude was an out? Not after they put a card into play off of our Show and Tell. Because they only had one card in hand then. I don't know. To the cube, to the cube! Thanks for the sub, Upside Down. You'll have what I'm having? You should not do that. Sick little turn 2. 6/6 Nettlecyst? That's pretty good. Let's see what we can dig up here so we don't die. Oh, well, that's helpful. So one awkward thing about Minsc and Boo downtick sacking the Woodfall Primus is that the Soul God Lantern would kill it with the persist trigger on the stack. Yeah, keeping the opponent's drones around, not launching in with a aggressive hamster there because we want to make sure we get another Oath Trigger here. I'm going to make sure that the drone tokens are like kind of a downside. Let's stack them like this. We'll Oath Trigger and then get our Minsc and Boo hamster maybe. I mean, we could 10 them and then 9 them down to 1. It's a little all in, Oh, it's been so gas this draft. It really has, yeah. Sacking makes them not have an oath trigger. Sure. I'm not super worried about that. Mystical tutor for Tinker. Sure. Sack the lantern so they don't mill the Tinker. I was thinking Tinker for Portal could be sick with the lantern in play, because then they could exile the... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they want. Would let me draw and destroy a land? No. So there's the... They had Soul Guide Lantern in play, so if you sacrifice the Woodfall, you don't get to destroy a land. They just crack the Lantern and exile it with the trigger on the stack. Helps to face creature decks. Yeah, I mean, that's just like the cube, though, right? Everybody's beaten down. I win! It is the best King Gizzard song. It's one of my favorites. No red mana for this Chandra. The rest of the hand looks okay, maybe. Spellbomb's kind of reasonable about what I'm doing over here. Well, we got a red source at least. How do I feel about Dark Ritual and the Talisman? It depends on the deck, or the draw, right? We basically did that with the Mana Vault earlier, but that was also letting me cast Flash turn 1. Okay. Fair enough. Note to self, deck seems weak to turn to Tinker for Blightsteel. Yeah, my only way of answering a Blightsteel actually is like to Fairy Tuck or Annihilator 6, I guess. Another Oath, and kind of a bad hand otherwise. Perhaps should have been a Mulm. I'm actually going to run Oath out. Alright, I'm going to cry a little bit. Well met, opponent. Well met. Yeah, that would have been a hard hand to beat, even if I had something properly explosive. Them having the Tinker that turn was why I ran Oath out. So if they tinkered for Blightsteel, I'd have a chance to, like, find an Atraxa, find some answers, you know? Or just, like, put a World Spine Worm in front of it for him, a turn or two. Something like that. Where's our Force of Will, right? Where's our Force of Will? We got cubed. Yeah, and you can't really be mad because that's just like exactly what we're trying to do to other people. Well, it's fun when the opponent does it, right? Yeah. What happened to good gameplay? You appreciate how the Daybreak employees seem to be good at Cube. In the early days of MotoCube, Wizards employees were not. The person who oversees the Cube is literally the person who introduced Vintage Cube to Magic Online back in 2012 when he worked at Wizards. Several long-term R&D members were involved in like early Cube iterations too. Like Aaron Forsyth would build set block boxes to like basically draft that limited format more. I was gonna get the commercial district. Now I kind of wonder if I should just be damming this Emperor. Let's get the Badlands. I'll just draw well. He needs to scry, just draw well. Are we seeing they got better at it? I wasn't really. Let me tell you about a hand that's a little resistant to Wasteland, huh? I think I dig it. Yeah, Show and Tell Emrakul, not very good against Grist. Sneak Attack Emrakul would be great, of course. I think their draw engine might outdraw my draw engine. I guess we're going to just hardcast the Woodfall Primus. I don't know what we'd blow up. Grist maybe. Cradle maybe. Oh, currently missing that third green source. Converter could be in the mountain though and get a treasure that way. Yeah, Tez untapping One Ring seems pretty hard. Yeah, this is a good example of a draw that doesn't really beat much. Just turn 6, make a 6/6. Even if it is a value 6/6. Woodfall Primus can hit Grist, yeah. Opponent couldn't even give me a extra card. One sneak attack, please. I'll take my 1 in 25 chance to win the game, please. It's going to be like 2 in 25, right? Because we can activate the converter. I guess. I don't love it. Just casting the Grave Titan. You're glad Shuko isn't in the format to fetch? Yeah, Shuko would be fine. The Haste Boots are in, which also pair well with the Nadu. You've never seen a Gristol? Oh, interesting. Comes up semi-often in Modern, or at least it used to. Back when Yogg was a quad Grist pile. God damn it. My sneak attack win condition has been removed. After playing this game, I have to say, I can't help but feel like my deck would be a lot better if I had a One Ring in it. Love One Ring in the sneak attack decks. Because it fogs a turn while drawing you into the combo. Because you're kind of a 5-mana combo. No changes. Terra Sunder would be sweet here. I'm gonna grab a wrist brace real quick. I didn't put them on today. My wrists start to hurt if I don't wear them when I'm at the computer. Are tips open? You better believe they're open. Need to play the Tar Pit turn 1, so we'll have blue mana for the show and tell on turn 2 here. Like the only track I'm not high on this album. Well, they put a Grist into play. Hate that for me. Yeah, I didn't put in the Woodfall Primus because I didn't want to, just lose to their exile spell. But them having Grist plus a creature to sack is an answer to Emrakul for sure. That sucks. That's bad for me. How dare they? All right. Draw my removal spell. It doesn't answer walkers. It's like the opponent doesn't want us to win, right? I'm gonna eat this 2-week-old stale gas station donut. Just eat my feelings here. Got that crunchy icing going on. So you've been Woodfall Primus. You got something to reanimate, but then you don't have anything to put in play off Flash. I guess I've been Dam. Then top deck an island for my Tar Pit, maybe? Or Flash. Flash would be sick. Not loving my odds. Trophy into 1 and 2. Well, at least we had that first match. That match was sweet. Describe taste. I mean, it's a slightly stale fucking sour cream cake donut. The flavor's actually good. It's like a little bit more like crunchy texture than you would normally have. I kind of wish I had like a hot cup of tea to dip it in, or coffee or something. Just treat it like biscotti. All downhill once Oath got Force Willed. Yeah, right? Yeah, the opponent having turn 2 Tinker Blightsteel with Force Will backup, and it's like, okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. What am I eating? I'm eating stale donuts. They're healthier that way, well-aged. In terms of pack 1 pick 1s, the cards that appeal to me are like LED or Teferi, maybe. Teferi probably the higher win rate card, I would assume. Oh, Eric fucking donated for a Kenexai step. Fair enough. I just saw that. Let me put that in the overlay. Thanks for the donation, Eric. So Kenexai always requests a bunch of loops and creature values and things like that. Teferi could work. And that sort of thing. If you're thinking about bouncing your own Eternal Witness with a Teferi, then your head's in the right place. Endurance could if you were like self-milling. I don't know. Hey, you're very welcome, Eric. I do my best. LED Demonic was great. And Raketa. Sorry, I'm talking with my mouth full. Could you try crying about it? Just like cry big soppy tears. Overlord's got some comes into play value. Some nice triggered ability. So Reanimate's a little bit more direct than we're hoping for. I think we're going to take another Overlord and maybe try to do some Blink stuff. That could work. Maybe get like Flicker Wisp or something. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Sensual Zealot, thanks for the sub. Thanks for 56 months. Kind of looks like we're drafting the modern Ephemerate deck, which, fair. So the main enablers that we're looking for are the Blink Dog, Ephemerate, and Flicker Wisp. Yeah, what up, Sensual Zealot? Thanks for 56 months. Where's your Gonti and Hostage Shaker, right? Where have those cards gone? Gonti was like one of my favorite cards when it was new and fresh and kind of unique. I remember playing a Gonti mirror in the limited format. And both me and the opponent's decks were based around like recurring it and bouncing it. So these interactive cards are not very Kenexai Stippish, but you do want to be able to actually live and do the thing. Loot's a nice value, even if it's not a 187. I think about No More Lies too. I think I want one of the cheaper ones, just as our deck's looking kind of clunkers. Saturday, you got to kick a Rite of Replication on a Gonti. That sounds very cool, connoisseur. Hey, Gat6, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 112 months. So Shinobi could rebuy a critter for more comes into play triggers. Could be just a way of bouncing one of our own things. Some nice removal here. Hey, stop the critic 3435. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Monday. No blinkers. No blinks here. Yeah, I don't think any of these really fit. Oh, we have two juicy ones. We got the crab and Appa as options. Crab's like one of the best things to blink, period. And it's got a beautiful comes into play trigger. Appa does let you blink things, but very slowly, and doesn't help us cheat any of our costs. So I'm going to grab the crab. How many creatures minimum to feel safe with the Overlord of the Bale trigger? I don't know if there's like a hard number for that. For one, Overlord also gets Planeswalkers. And then for two, if you're playing a deck with Overlord and a small number of creatures, it's probably because you really want to bin those creatures. Like you're playing like a Reanimator deck, right? Oh, it does cheat costs for the Overlords. Just like, it just has that middle step of like, you impending them, and then you Appa it, and then you have to pay the 2 mana. This is very expensive and slow. But you're right, you could. Really want that oust, but kind of need mana. The cool thing about Relic of Sauron is that it basically pays for the crab by itself. This Talisman might be better. Let me turn through the Overlord. Kalidas. Yeah, I kind of miss Kalidas. Fun card. Hey, greetings, Captain Red. Hope you're having a good Monday. No more lies. Wheeling is a good sign. I like to see members of my chat showering each other with good vibes. What more could a streamer ask for? Not the good to blink one, she. Maybe I was taking Force of Will here. We got a bunch of blue cards. Force of Will is not a very Kenigsai card. He would like every single one of his cards to gain value if he could. Recurring Nightmare. Recurring Nightmare is a Kenigsai card. But you do need to live to cast your thing, so we do have a lot of nice blue cards here. Could take a duel or two. I'm gonna grab the Force. We are trying to win the game as well. Pyroglyph, wrong color. Lauren's good. Yeah, I like Lauren here a lot. I'm gonna take the Vista though. Need to be able to play our things. Flicker Wisp, perfect. Hell yeah. Yeah, Flicker Wisp is nice because the Overlord can find it. And then blink it and so forth. Like the Flicker Wisp blinks the Overlord and you can just off to the races. This is an interesting pack. Baraglyph and Fractured Identity both looking real good. We're going to take Fraction. Wish we'd taken that Elspeth earlier so we could copy it and copy the token. It's impressive to you that Shinobi is hung in there as the cube's power level is crept up. It comes in and out of the cube. I mean, the thing about Shinobi is, like, if your opponent's cards are better, then you're, like, getting better cards off of it, right? Like, Crab, similarly, is just, like, never going to get bad. It's just always going to scale with the cube. Baleful Strix, perfect. Perfect little value creature, and also gets scooped up to Shinobi. Might take Emperor Bones. That might be where I'm at here. Yeah, I was supposed to take Spellbinding. Kind of hate it. Oh, let's take Portable Hole, actually. Let's have, like, any removal at all here. Stip achieved, right? Starting to look like a Kenigsai pile. Looking at Brainstorm and Council's Judgment. Brainstorm helps the blue count for Force of Will. Council's Judgment just is a really nice catch-all answer. We kind of have that already, though, right? Between Vindicate and Fractured. We don't need the Judgment here. Hey, Nogwake 2, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 73 months. Where'd the term Mechanic Side come from? They're a viewer. One of my, actually, helped convince me to start streaming back in the day. And they would request a very specific type of stream, or a specific type of stip. An ancient and generous mod. Yeah, I think for a bit he was like keeping 3 or 4 streams going single-handedly. Yeah, if Bill's calling somebody ancient, you know, it's a, it means something. Much love, Bill. Let's get this Shelldock in here. A little bit of value in the mana base. Hey, glad you're enjoying the videos, Jeremiah. Yeah, a lot of times it's hard for these value piles to have the time to get rolling, but I think we might get there here. Cheap counters maybe will buy us enough time. Scalelord or Wanshi could work here, huh? They will have some nice value attached. I'm actually going to lean Wanshi for the Force of Will. I look like I would make a solid Santa. Jolly as fuck. Are you calling me fat? Because... Correct. I'd probably be a fine Santa. Just dye my beard. Like, don't even wear the fake one. Yeah, streamers have a request feature. You can request them to unban you, Cody. You shouldn't go into other people's chat to do that kind of thing. They were correct to time you out. And then you go through their process on their stream, and their mods can, or they can go over it and be like, ah, okay, yeah. You think a Metal Santa would be rad? Instead of giving presents, he just like gets you high and fucking blasts Black Sabbath. We're just gonna sit in my room with blacklight posters. Now, what would Metal Santa beam? Man, Samwise could have some good loops. Only new vinyl for the naughtiest boys and girls. Back patches, vest patches is stocking stuffers. You'd never get socks for Christmas. You'd only get black band t-shirts. Even if that's like your entire wardrobe already. How's Dave doing? Dave's doing awesome. Over the last couple of days, he started pooping outside, which has been way better. So we're all very excited for that. Today I sized his feet and ordered some doggy booties online, so he'd feel more comfortable going on longer walks in the frigid cold. He's so good on a leash. He's just like the best fucking dog. Every once in a while, there's like some new sound or something, and he wants to like stand and look at it for a little bit. And I'll let him like do that, and then I'll be like, Dave, heel. And he'll like follow me again. And a nice heel distance. He never like pulls on it or anything. Extremely leash friendly dog. You've never found a pair of booties that stay on well? I've heard that's a general complaint, yeah. Because they either like fall apart or don't stay on very good and all that other stuff. Hard to get on them. I also ordered some of that Paul Balm, which can also like help prevent frostbite and stuff, and it's just like a balm that you rub on their feet. I imagine he would like that a lot better. He's been mixed on clothing. We got like one pullover hoodie for him, and he's like, abso-fucking-lutely not. But we have like a Velcro vest that you just like put on him and Velcro underneath him, and he's like, yeah, absolutely, go nuts. So the kind of booty I got, I was just like aiming for like easiest to get on him. That's also like designed for winter wear, and we'll see how that goes. If Dave had a wrestling entrance song, what would it be? Well, that's a good question. Crab's one of those cards that's never good for you and always beats you. Yeah. If you just see it as something that just like, I don't know, at the very least you're getting a good body that's draining a card from their hand, right? Can't be that bad. But you're right, there's a huge gulf between Crab's ceiling and floor. I'm just gonna grab a duel. I'm gonna grab a Tundra. I do want that Palace Jailer, but can't have it all. Ooh, in the Underground Sea. Oh, there's the Wanshi. It'd be cool to have them both in the same deck. Have we been visited by the unicorn this year? I think we got visited by the unicorn in fucking July. Looking at Image, Skyclave Apparition, Toxic Deluge. Could have taken another dual land. Seems like a Verge that might wheel for me. I could see it coming back and being like one of the last 4 cards. I'm gonna grab the Toxic, another card that might help me survive, not just die. There should be a law that they shouldn't be able to print multiple of the same named legend in the same set. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about laws. I don't know if we need to legislate that, but that would be intuitive to me. An executive order. Apparently, J.D. Vance used to play Magic the Gathering. So maybe if Trump quote croaks, we get the Magic the Gathering based executive order. Don't tell me this shit. What do I think he played? When asked about his favorite card, he said Yawgmoth's Bargain. So we don't really need to speculate. Man, talk about a deck that could have used Karakas, huh? Did I hear someone mention a couch fucking Pope killer? Oh my god. Yeah, Philia would have been good too. Philia or Ephemerate. I'm gonna throw Narset in the sideboard. If our opponent's playing draw 7s, we can board it in. Hey, Joshua J. Ventura. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 63 months. Blue fetch would be kind of sweet. Improve our mana base a lot. Will there be Clock Tower games this week? That's a good question. I could check. I could check and see what the signups are like right now. Ooh, Recurring Nightmare. So there's a fetch that gets Tundra here, which is very tempting for our mana base. But Recurring Nightmare is a classic Kenigsai card, and it's just like ideal. Unpassable, I would say. Especially when there's no chance of a wheel. Yeah, he had several stip requests that even mentioned Recurring Nightmare by name. You liked when the swords were in cube and vaguely playable? Yeah, right? Oh, Godless Shrine here. They put a sort of Fire and Ice in the Arena Cube. I don't think it did very well, though. I didn't do that bad. They had like a 51% win rate. So, like, pretty bad, but not worse than, like, Cauldron Complete or some random talismans and stuff in that range. Well, the Troll helps the mana base a bit. The Mockingbird would be good, too. Nice clone. Yeah, when Sword of Body and Mind just fucking killed somebody with 2 hits. That was pretty wild. Hey, we got the Wan Shi back. You ever play a Powered Cube with Jace Memory Adept? Yeah, Image would be sick in this deck, but I think I have to take the Verge here. Yeah, with Image you could, like, put out the Riddler for 2 mana, and then Image clone it. Image cloning Crab. Happy Cubimus. Happy Cubimus to you too, Novellin. Big cheers. Hope you're doing well. Hope all your loved ones are happy and healthy. Yeah, Jace Memory Adept was, like, truly fucked up in 40-card formats. To the point where, like, I wonder if it would still be good today. Because you just play it and tend them, and... How do you feel about Gobin? He's, like, kind of good with Recurring Nightmare. I guess I'll keep him. I might cut Brainstorm, even though we have a couple nice fetches. You miss Ashiok? Yeah, right? Jessica's fam has 7 sub 4-year-olds in the family right now, and it's a lot. That does sound like quite a bit, Novellin. Yeah, we've been training a single puppy, so I know where you're coming from. I know. Basically the same thing. No, that's a lot of kids. The last time my yeah, I was joking about it being the same thing, but the last time I had relatives over and my nephew was running around, it was, like, awesome to see him. He's like a happy little kid, you know, just super cute. But we like had to wake up at super early hours of the day, like on his schedule, you know, and the house smelled like pee because he wet the bed. And we were so smug. We're like, well, glad we're never gonna have kids. And then we had a puppy, and within like a week, like we were just like very low on sleep, and the house smelled like pee. And it's like, oh my god, what have we done? It's the same. Might cut Miscalc. Might cut Brainstorm. Hard to justify cutting Brainstorm. We do have some nice shufflers. Hey, Darksomeness, thanks for the watch streak there. Happy Monday to you, too. Puppies do grow super fast. I did see something that it could take, like, puppies, like, 4 months to get potty trained. And I was like, And they're like, don't worry if it takes your dog longer. Hey, Real Rankler, thanks the Sob, thanks the 50 months there, the big 5-0. 50 amazing months. I'll cheer to that. I'll cheers to that with the fucking bottle. Here we go. You're on 2 years with your puppy. It still isn't perfect. Yeah. In defense to your puppy, I'm pretty sure I still had accidents when I was 2. Mine took like 2 months. Nice. What am I drinking? I'm drinking some $5 Old Soul estate green grown Pinot Noir wine, 2021. There was a bunch of it in the clearance bin, and so I got like 3 bottles. I should check that clearance bin out again after Xmas. Maybe they'll put a bunch of awesome nog in there. They've got it, right? There's no way they're gonna sell out of nog. All right, I should figure out what my last cuts are here. Deluge. I would rather cut a removal spell than Deluge, like Fatal Push or Portable Hole. Or maybe Vindicate. Because their deck is so clunky. Nice to have an answer to random walkers and stuff, though. Is Brainstorm good enough with 2 shuffles? 1, yes. And 2, it's doing a little bit more here. There's also, like, you can set up the Shelldock Isle with it. Like, put the crab on top, play Shelldock Isle, imprint the crab. And then it also triggers the 5-mana Wanshi, so you can spit out 2 1/1s off of it as well. Worst case with Brainstorm, even if you don't have a synergy handy, it still lets you look at a lot of cards that turn, which is really nice. Just cycles for blue, basically. Fractured is a slow answer to Planeswalkers. Hey, yeah, maybe that's right. Maybe we'll be okay. I kind of just want to say sure. All right, how many black sources is this? 1, 2, 3, 4... 8 black sources, then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blue sources, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 white. Yeah, sure. Exporting the old Decaruni. You have been eyeballing Lauren thoughts. Huh? Oh, this Lauren? So Lauren comes into play value critter, which is kind of the nature of the stip. We would like to get as much value out of comes into play abilities and the like as we can. Like Shinobi, the part of Shinobi that fits the stip is not connecting and getting value that way. It's bouncing your fucking Baleful Strix or Lauren so you can recast it. To give you a good idea of what we're trying for here. By playing the island, I've kind of ensured that I can't go turn 2 Overlord into turn 3 Flicker Wisp. I was planning on holding up No More Lies on 2, but maybe that's bad, huh? They've got Halfling here. Let's keep the King Gizzard train going. Oh, YouTube did their review thing where they like tell you what your most listened to artists were. Mine was King Gizzard by a lot, and it was extremely expected. Just the least surprising thing ever. Yeah, the fucking Overlord impending could be a brainstorm shuffle, right? Yummy. Polyphia was your number one for the 4th year in a row? Hell yeah. Kind of a tricky spot. Maybe I'm just supposed to play Strix. Not having a duel down is very awkward because I can't play the Shelldock Isle and have this and play the Strix in the same turn. Yeah, I'm just gonna be redrawing this. Awkward. Kind of gotta play Strix here to slow them down a little bit. Yeah, 2 ways of getting a shuffle, right? The Shelldock Isle and the Overlord. Neither quite work. This Delighted Halfling is serving me my lunch here. Oh, it's got the Questing Beast thing. Yeah, Toxic might be too slow now, huh? Yeah, I don't think I've been soloed by a Delighted Halfling this bad in a long time. I think we're essentially dead if we let that resolve, right? Yeah. We got the two drop that Earth bends, right? I'm not crazy. I think they should have all NTA. But I'm glad they did not. I guess Toxic doesn't do it because this fucker lives through it, Well, oh well. I'll cut Ridley. Maybe. Or actually, we didn't see a Lauren hit. That's valid. Very slow opening. Suddenly would like, you know, 1 mana removal spells and such. At least the mana is quite a bit better than last game. Solitude would have been really sick in this deck. It's a new creature, Go Lance. I don't remember its name. Its power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control, and then it can come back from your graveyard for 5 mana, and it returns a card from your graveyard, or a land card from your graveyard. Very tempting to Vindicate a Forest here. Surprised Landscapes made the cube. It's for the green landfall deck, I guess. Well, that was a bummer. I guess we can Recurring Nightmare it, but we did just lose a lot of tempo, You know what? I think I'm going to Vindicate that Hexdrinker. I've had just about enough of its guff. Land? Huh. Kind of a tricky spot. Because you can Riddler here, and if the Riddler finds you an untapped land, then you can Recurring Nightmare and sack the Riddler and get back Overlord and be off the races. But if you whiff, That's very embarrassing. Y'all gotta promise not to laugh at me if I whiff here. Well. I guess that could have gone worse. A solemn salute to you. I appreciate the solemn salute. Very respectful. Oh, you were just thinking of a funny thing from earlier? Okay, good, good. And yeah, now we're falling just a bit behind. Which, you know, kind of nature of the beast there. Opponent's deck's good at applying pressure. We're pretty bad at being pressured. That's why I was really highly valuing cards like Force of Will and Daze and Sweepers and such. Hello, cardboard friends. Hey, sup, Iceman. 70 consecutive streams, Switcher Herflin. Are you trying to set like a Twitch record? 70 is fucking nuts. Hell yeah. The Oath Sneak Attack deck. That deck got fucked up. We won the first match very easily, and then the other matches were like opponent Tinker's Blightsteel on turn 2 with Force Will backup type stuff. I was like, alright. Pretty dead here, because the Minskin Bukin is down tick next turn. The 1/1 can't jump and can only block spirits. Wait, I could have crabbed and gotten rid of the Minskin Boo. Would that have done anything for me? I don't think so. I just level up Hex Drinker and win. Yeah, there might just not be a line, huh? Well, we can still have kind of a cool turn. We can imagine what the game would look like if I got another, like, 10 turns of dirtling with value, right? I don't get any 1/1s if I hit the boo. I'm like dead regardless, so. I'll collect my value. Hell yeah, tomorrow now. That sounds dope. I can't wait to go camping again. I had big aspirations to do a bunch of camping this last summer, and that did not happen. I think I got one in. Hopefully I'll get a chance soon. Yeah, maybe in like 136 days. You've never been camping in your life, but it seems like fun? Yeah. It's got its perks. It's got its things that like people don't like about it. Obviously, you have to be fine sleeping in not your own bed. It's probably the biggest drawback. But if you like the outdoors, if you're a fan of like trees and listening to birds, sitting around the campfire exchanging stories. Oh, they're just making sure I can't force a will. Sure. Bugs is your biggest drawback? Really? I've had a pretty reasonable time with just like bug spray. I don't know what the opponent's doing. Oh, they want to get their value, so they play a fresh Minsc and Boo and then sack the 1/1, I see, for Xaxes. Well, what happened to the Minsc and Boo? I thought it was going to be in their hand. Do we get to know? Yeah, they chose bottom with Hex Drinker. Beneath the top 1 cards of their library. They must have shuffled or something. Because it was beneath the top 1 cards of their library. They did fetch with Fabled Passage. Wow. Where's the fucking Fabled Passage? Oh, there it is. That's wild. So you're saying there's a chance. So we attack, clear the red in 6, hit the Oko down to 4, and then just like bottom bolt their critters here. Just Same thing we did last turn. Yeah, the Flicker was letting me get 2 Owl triggers a turn. It's been pretty sick. This is the best fucking Shriekmaw ever printed. This is it. This is the best Necrotal I've ever seen. This card might be better than Palace Jailer. It's certainly more satisfying than Palace Jailer. Untap land this next turn would be hot, because then we could fracture the Oko and start spitting out food and just buff our life total a little bit. We did it. We finally broke Recurring Nightmare. You joke, but like, Recurring Nightmare hasn't been like a premium pick in Cube in a long time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I almost scooped. I almost scooped that fucking game. One more removal spell, even if it's a slow one. I wonder if the Mox Diamond should be in over the Talisman. It needs a white mana, it needs a Force of Will for their Minsc Boo, it needs a few different things. But at least we're not getting rolled by Manadork and Nadu Questing Beast stuff. Stips open? Stips are open. Seven mana Healing Salve. Hey, whatever works. This is a turn 2 Oko on the play. That would be hard for me to beat. Yeah. Get this shit out of here. Yeah, that's right. 2 mana, 1/1. What are you gonna do about it? Maybe if I draw a white source next turn for Portable Hole. And then Wan Chi can just Takoko. How are the Wands doing his cube cards? Pretty well. Some of those fun I've had recently has been looping this current Wan Chi Tong. Last game we did with Recurring Nightmare. I've also done it with Crocus. I've done it with Crocus several times. I had several opponents just fucking concede. Is this song about Elrond? No, it's about the Balrog. Yeah, White Source here to just Portable Hole the Monk Sapphire would have relieved a lot of pressure. Oh well. No, it's not about Gimli, it's about the Balrog! How are you not listening to the lyrics? No More Lies might be able to counter that on recast. I assume they left it on top. Oh, nothing too good, please. 5 mana. Oh, that's a daze, huh? That's a daze. When they tap their max? Because it's green. It's a green elk. And elks do not tap for mana. Not that one. Haha! I'm sick of your lies, Oko. What could their hand be? If they like don't have land drops here, and like what 2 cards could be rotting? Did your donut go through? It fucking did, Novellin. And it says it literally just went through. Thank you, Novellin, for the $50 donation. Hell yeah. Yeah, my notifications have been borked. I apologize for that. $50 is extremely jealous. I'm going to cheers you. Straight from the bottle. And we have a stip. We have another stip lined up for a cheat dot deck. Which could involve Oath Sneak, Reanimate, Flash, Breach, all that kind of stuff. Hey, Hyperfencer, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 92 months. You'll break out the Saki, nice. Sounds like a good day we are brewing. Or a good eve. Was that Candace release some Chandelar? Yeah, I just clicked it on accident. It was a little misclick. Red and 6 Miskinboo. So which of these were they sandbagging is what I want to know. So it looks like they were sandbagging Sentinel. Or maybe I just exiled Fable because of the Ren and 6 rebuy, maybe. I don't know. But either way, we get a Sentinel. Or maybe it was the Force of Vigor. Not a coward stream. I think this was fine. Put the crab there. Ren Ping's face. Put on play as an Elvish Mystic. Oh. Airbend this puppy. And the crab blink takes it home. Very cool. That was a tricky fucking match. I'm glad that Aang did something. The last time I played it, is like never really lined up, but that was sweet. You're calling that win your Christmas present? Merry Christmas! Hey GG's, Muffin P. Thanks for the match. We were on the edge of our seats over here. Very, very stressful games. Total stipulation flavor win. Oh yeah, we certainly got our critter value Got those comes into play triggers. Yeah, getting the recurring nightmare loop was just perfect. It was just absolutely perfect for this step. Yeah, that's it, Miranda. It's just a little slow. This is a little slow here. In an already slow deck. What's the step? The step is essentially recycling comes into play abilities. Use well, Muffin. Shock in there, so if they play a creature, I can kill it and then still play the talisman on my turn. You feel a little silly when they don't play a creature, but the first few turns are so important. So they 5 me, or 15 me. Teferi can bounce 1, Fatal Push can kill 1. If I hadn't played the Talisman and just Fatal Pushed 1 there and took 10, and then Teferi bounced, I'd be in a pretty fine spot, I think, but yeah, they certainly get to win here. I guess one more counter could be good. This hand also does not beat a turn 2 flash. We have openers in the deck that could beat a flash draw. I think if you mulligan to a hand that can beat flash, then you're going to end up like mulling too many hands. We don't know that they're going to do that on turn 2 every game, right? Just that they have the potential for it. You like Mox Diamond? My issue with Mox Diamond in this matchup is the you remember the card that they put the talisman on? They like submerged our shit. You really don't want to have that happen with a Mox Diamond, right? This is too brutal. We gotta decide if we want to Shinobi or Crab him, huh? Why did they not? I guess we could have exiled the bill from the top of their deck. Note that if the Woodfall Primus dies, they get it back. Interesting block. Toxic just to nuke the planes. We'd be nuking our planes. So it goes to their graveyard. It is their creature, which means the persist trigger, they'll get it. So yeah, it'd be a little nuts. To answer your question. Hey, good evening, Somolinoka. That was a sideboard tank, that miscalc. It's no Force Will opener, but I guess we keep. Word is going. A little bit worried about us swords here. If they have Manitai, that'd be fine, though. Council Judgment's in the side. We didn't see Hexdrinker in the first couple games. Yeah, I think that basically locks me out because they smack me for 6 and then I can no longer Toxic. And that was my best way to get like a Wrath off of their deck. I think this is GG. Where's a Mox Diamond when you can use one hum? Because the crab would be like the one way. There'd be a late portable home. Oh well. Why no Mox again? It's card disadvantage. It also doesn't like really help us if you like play a Mox Diamond and then don't hit your land drops. It's the sort of card that Kenexide dislikes. Hey, Luck Dragon, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 40 months there. GG's, sorry about the worm. GG's. Happens. Wish I could have had Force Will one of those games. Fuck. Well, that's how it goes, Got a hand that's good against turn 2 strip mine, get turn 2 flash. Got a hand that's good against turn 2 flash, get strip mined. Well, maybe they'll flash me too. Yeah, I guess we're countering that. This is a good example of a hand that could not really use a Mox Diamond especially well. The Relic of Sauron cometh. Opponent's not gonna flood. They've got the relic to like loot every turn and stuff. We didn't see a bunch of early game critters. I'm actually gonna cut Push and maybe Toxic. Toxic can answer Blightsteel sometimes, but I'm gonna cut it anyway. I guess Council's Judgment can also do that. Just having cards that can more consistently answer artifact-y stuff. I think Portable Hole should stay in. I'll just cut Ridley. Or maybe Wan Chi. Wan Chi's been pretty bad for me. I think I'm gonna get Gobin down on 2. Slightly less likely to just get rocked out of the game with a strip mine. Yeah. Pardon the yawn. Red wine's never made anyone sleepy before, right? I'm the first one. Chat, has anyone ever died from becoming slightly sleepy after a glass of red wine? You'd see a doctor, yeah. Could have a grape allergy, sure. You think that's how everybody dies? Isn't that how Elvis died? That's probably how Elvis died. It is the Caleb mirror. I have Vindicate for that Academy. Tinkering. we most afraid of? Probably that one, yeah. The concern is the portal rebuying the crab if I can't answer it here. We'll brainstorm, try and find a white source, but if we whiff... Oh, no, never mind. We're good. Absolutely not. They say that so long as someone remembers you, then you've never truly died, right? They being idiots, of course. I almost brainstormed at end of turn, increase the chance that I would want she here. This is kind of cool. You're very tempting to vindicate the Academy, but I think the Relic's doing some real similar things. Yeah, I remember when they were doing memes just by like blocking out some parts of cards to make new cards. I think my favorite of that one was Indicate. They just blocked out the V and then blocked out Destroy. So it's just Indicate, target permanent. Fucking genius. Nadu. Fair enough. Flicker Wisp is tempting. Interesting that I can't rebuy Ong. Was Ong an avatar? Apparently. Let me get the crab back. Even though they can kind of control that with the top. Hey, Red 7, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 92 months. And Tackler, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 72 months. That is indeed a number of months. Well, months to both of you. He's the last Avatar? I thought he was the last Airbender. I don't understand this show. He's both. See, this show makes no. Yeah, it doesn't. Just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the crab and the shinobi kind of just help them with the topping. Opponent's just like, thanks for the free shuffle, nerd. Yeah. Well, I get a land, I guess. Pretty sure I'm borked. I was a little surprised I didn't draw with top there. Yeah, what's my fucking outcome? Vindicating Council's judgment in the graveyard. Yeah, I'm just gonna concede. That's good enough. Well, that deck was fun. Didn't get the trophy, but hey, they can't all, huh? Thanks again, Eric, for the donation. It was a fun trip down memory lane. Oh, we had a few cool games in there. We're firing up Nivellin's Stip for a cheat dot deck. But before that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom because this red wine's going through me. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, all right, all right. So we did one cheat deck earlier that did not get there. Let's see if we can do a little better this time. Sol Ring. So Sol Ring doesn't fit every deck, as much as people like to claim that it does. Decks that are like very heavy in color requirements as opposed to colorless. There can be some decks where Sol Ring just doesn't have much to do these days. It's also difficult to construct a curve that really abuses Sol Ring, because a lot of times you want like a tight curve with a bunch of early game interaction or like board presence, right? And Sol Ring has you doing nothing on turn one, which is a bit rough. Still great, obviously, just not as good as it used to be. Really good at getting to Sneak Attacker through the Breach mana, of course. That's what I was getting to. I was getting to the part where it's particularly good for us. That's a really good card in a Tinker deck, too, huh? Would be another way to cheat. Natural Order is here, but Natural Order is rough. It is a cheat card, but like ideally you'd want it to wheel if you were doing that. And then if you're filling your deck with a bunch of green creatures to sack to Natural Order, it's difficult to find in other ways of cheating things in. I'm kind of low on Corpse Dance. Am I low enough to pass it here? Do love me a Bowmasters and a Bombardiers. I think I'm going to take Bombardiers. Emperor of Bones is a bit better, I think. Also does the cheat thing. You think this is your favorite album? I think that's an excellent choice. Excuse me. Yeah, I think their Petrodronic Draconic Apocalypse album is my favorite. If I had to pick. Bombardiers feels like cheating. Bombardiers, like, could sacrifice an Emrakul, you know? And that's something. Citadel could cheat something off the top of the library. Party Thrasher might play well in a Reanimator style deck. I'm kind of looking at Lotus Petal and Clamp, maybe. I'm going to take a Petal. Very unhelpful pack. Grab a Talisman. Could take a Damnation. Kind of like having a Sweeper handy in case things go awry. This current start, I guess Interpreter makes sense. Doesn't really fit the stip. You think your favorite album of all time came out this year, but you're unsure if that's recency bias. Could be. That's still cool, though. Do you mind sharing? Looking at FOMO, thinking about Generous Ent. For green to be a main color, though, we'd have to find, like, Channel, maybe. I'm gonna grab the FOMO. Keep on leaning into Black Red Reanimator. Oh, the Death Heaven album, sure. I haven't really spent enough time with that one. I usually kind of bounce off Death Heaven. But yeah, I've seen that album on like a shitload of people's top of the end of the year lists. Safekeeper for Natural Order, Citadel for Tinker. What's more likely? I like the outside chance of being able to hardcast the Citadel. Could anyone explain the Natural Order pick? We're doing a stip. Currently, ooh, hey. Currently, we're low on ways of cheating things out. So if I was not stipped, then I would probably take a Johnny this pack and just like go into Mardu or Boros from this. So I'm kind of grateful of the stip because that's boring as shit. We'll get into with something more interesting. I played Fire Nation the other day. Well, actually, I think it was the first deck I drafted today. Or maybe it was yesterday. I think that was the deck that carried over. It was kind of fine. There was like one game that I made 3. And there were a few games that it rotted in hand. And we have not seen anything worth cheating into play. I kind of want to take Dark Slick just in case we find Show and Tell or Flash. But the Baleful Mastery is reasonable there. Demonic Tutor, that is helpful. Very helpful. Well, Voidwalker is certainly a cheat effect, huh? Especially if we can pair it with some nice discard. Cool. Could be a side angle towards completing the step. I almost like the Jace here. Sadly, doesn't look like an Oath deck, but Vaultborn Tyrant's reasonable. King Gizzard is a good band to listen to when unsober. They're a pretty good band to listen to when you're sober, too. Have they found a band that's like worse when you're unsober? Have they found a band that's worse when you're fucked up? It seems like a hard call. Yeah, so I was just talking about discard to pair with this Voidwalker, but I'm going to take Blackcleave Cliffs over the Hymn to Turok anyway. Three Doors Down. You would rather listen to Three Doors Down sober? You've been liking your metal more and more shoegaze adjacent as you get older? Sure. There's something to that, huh? That like wall of sound can be pleasant to kind of just sink into. So Worldspine Worm actually works with Necromancy. And it'll be especially good if we get like a Flash or a Sneak Attack later. Kind of the Sneak Attack waiting room. Well, if we're doing that, then Palantir is sweet, right? Valid Nikki Strengths. Hold on, am I in natural order deck? Should I... If we get some, like, quality fixing this next pack, I could see it. Because the Worm and the Volborn Tyrant are natural order hits. Yeah, I'm going to take that Atraxa. One of the best cards to natural order out. No, the mana is the issue with natural order. The double green's the issue. So I guess I can grab Commercial District. Lovelet Rumble can bin a fatty to reanimate. We're sort of low on that sort of thing, right? We just have the Faithless Looting. Wow. Yeah, I'm just going to grab the One Ring. Mox Diamond tempting, Archon tempting. Awkward thing about the Archon is it only works with the Emperor Bones and Necromancy. I think the One Ring is just going to draw enough cards to help us put something together. Oliphant a little tempting too, but like probably a little bit worse than the Mox Diamond here. And just like that, the mana started to look reasonable. Thinking about Torsten and Woodfall Primus. Not loving the rest of the pack. There's a shadowy Backstreet here that can help me cast Torsten. I guess I'll grab it over Woodfall. Underground Mortuary might be tempting. Yeah, Epicure is another discard outlet. Tarmogoyf is another green creature. I guess Bone Shards is also a discard outlet. Maybe better than Epicure. I almost like this Chromatic Star. Help the mana situation a little bit. Hey, Oliphant helps a lot. So our mana's not as good as the earlier deck. Maybe that's just fine. I think the Damnation's going to be a sideboard card here, since we're trying to support Natural Order. What if I just cut the doubles, like cut Voidwalker and Curator? Probably cutting this cut down. Athari's good, but it doesn't really fit our plan, our stip, our theme. Good old Soul Ring Omnath combo. World Spine Worm? I think we would cut Volborn Tyrant or Touriston before we cut World Spine Worm. World Spine Worm's like pretty good to Natural Order out. FOMO doesn't cheat. FOMO bins, which is pretty good for the Emperor Bones and Necromancy. We'll do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green sources. It's like enough, but barely enough. Only 6 red. I'd like another red. I'm just gonna add one right now. The Oliphant can't get black, but Wooded Foothills can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Black cards are pretty good. No real reason to have an island in here. Or plains, right? What was that mana base? 777? Really leaning on like Palantir and One Ring to smooth things out. What if I should play one more land and just jam 41 cards? Do like the idea of getting one more land in. Play one more forest, I guess. Might have me hardcast a Volborn Tyrant. How many times are we going to cast this Omnath? That's a good question. The Great Divide Guide basically just does it. You believe in this mana base? Someone's gotta. Ooh, a mulligan. One of the least exciting Sol Ring openers I've seen in a bit. But if we find a Palantir or a One Ring or something, maybe we'll just be off to the races. Well, we got a plan at least. I feel like the One Ring has a high potential to smooth over some rough edges. We do not know the opponent's hand. We put it on the bottom here because I'm expecting my Necromancy to resolve, which would bottom it anyway, but then I just would have one less card go into hand. It's got Menace Friend. Might kill your bird anyway. Other line is throughout their face. We'll deal them 9 here. It's probably better. Do we get a Bayou in this deck? I guess it's the Overgrown Tombs in my hand. Mama always said bolt the bird, and Mama did always say that, yeah. We could Divide Guide into Emperor Bones. You had to use Sol Ring to strip lock someone turn 2 earlier. Nice. Metamorph, nice. I wonder if Emperor Bones on Broadside is more damage than Emperor Bones on Torsten. I think it is. What am I doing, What am I fucking doing over here? I guess getting their Metamorph and copying their bird and tucking their bird would have also been a cute way to win. Attacking for 9. They were doing like artifacty stuff, huh? Add those, cut Flame Slash. Well, we won a game. Just got to do that a few more times. All right, I'll cut the damn Omnath. Good shit. Yeah, one of these was a green duel. I'd be into it, of course. Sure. You again. They were ready that time. Pretty close to hard casting the Tyrant. I guess both of them. If Flame Slash could hit Planeswalkers, would it be better or worse than Unholy Heat? Oh, I think it'd be quite a bit better. Well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm like continuously unimpressed with Unholy Heat. Well, it's scary. I thought they were gonna huck the Riddler. Leaving on Vaultborn Tyrant, because then Torsten will gain me 3 more life when I play it next turn. Hashtag smart. Yeah, once again as Menace, so. Alright, Torsten, what do you got for me, bud? Oh, that's pretty good. I bet they regret not cashing in their extra 4 damage last turn. Sit here and hardcast all these chonkers, I guess. I don't know. What else am I doing, right? Power 4. Okay, so Tarmogoyf's gonna trigger it. Nice. Sol Ring definitely the MVP this game, huh? This is going well. They're at 27, now they're at fucking 6. One of the better Volborn Tyrants I've seen in a bit. Glad you're enjoying the tunes, Big Joe Bach. You feel like we're failing this step because we were just casting a bunch of 7-drops? Yeah, I mean, we also necromancied and Emperor Bones to this game. That's some stuff. That's some stuff. Did some things. Big Joe Bach, hell yeah. Let's run some gifted subs in. Congratulations to Strategist and Hiatus, Espav, Kjart, Kdubadub, and Tombasan. Hell yeah. Big cheers, Joe Bach. Really glad I got that Bombardiers off the board, with that Time Warp there. Could have been scary. Oh, hey, it's a Soul Ring mirror. Their Soul Ring decided to show up. Yeah, Merry Xmas. Happy Honda days to all who celebrate. Winter Solstice was the other day, I think. Rotten Agenda, gifting some sobs. Appreciate you, Rotten. Congrats to Tanaldang, JL the Human, Lokes12345, to Un, and Put His Gods. So the opponent can make 2 more critters. Block everything. I guess we just serve with Vaultborn and Torsten, Or maybe I'm supposed to natural order before I do anything else. That makes sense to me. Maybe I'll just sack this Goyf, actually. Yeah. Seems likely that we find Bombardiers here. Wow, we didn't. Bombardiers is in the last 2 cards. Talon Gates, sure. So they can't take any damage. I guess this works. They only take 1 trample. Wonder what's left in their deck, right? We can Deathrite Shaman, drain them down to 3. Do I have a favorite Santa paradigm? Yours is in Futurama. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Futurama's got a fun take. What about Santa Claus versus the Martians? Yeah, Quantum Riddler and Top's pretty sweet. Uh-oh. Kind of looks like an upheaval. Hate that for me. Or is it just Ballista? Nope, it is upheaval. Oh, the broadside is phased out. Amazing. If they have a land, they can phase out my broadside again. If they have a land drop. Yeah, that'll do it, right? Whoa. Did they just, like, not see it? The phase land? Maybe they didn't have, like, the proper stop set or something? Yeah, I assumed I was gonna be cycling the star to play out Deathrite Shaman this turn, and then like trying to drain them over the next couple of turns. Make them have like one more answer. That was kind of a wild match. The plan C of just casting your damn cards. I've had a lot more luck with my Reanimator type decks when they can just like cast an Atraxa if the game goes a billion years. That was a sick match, Solaris. Thank you for the games. Dummy Boy 420. Ugh, just the worst. Pulled a muscle in my jaw. Basically just like a Charlie horse, you know? I was getting Charlie horses fairly often earlier in the year, and I started taking minerals, and they went away. Maybe I gotta go back to taking mineral supplements. We're just gonna fucking hope that we naturally draw lane number 3 for turn 2 show and tell. And if we don't, then next turn we'll Demonic Tutor for a Surveil land and try and set it up that way. Hey, there we go. Well, Atali could be bad. Dark Ritual and a Palantir of Orthanc. Could have been worse, huh? Could have been worse. Yeah, largely dodged the Atali trigger. Now I just have to dodge the rest of their deck, right? Uh-oh. Blue could be a bounce spell. I think they would have fired it off now, though. Interesting. Kind of implying a reanimation effect for the Atali with that save. Where's our fucking Atali? Oh, I keep it in the porn drawer. think holding up Necromancy here is better than playing out the Emperor Bones, even though the Emperor Bones could be repping another way to get 5 damage. Porn drawers were a real thing before the internet, right? What did we run into the other day? Maybe some song lyric or something. They were talking about a porn stash in the woods. Oh, no, it was the game. We played Night in the Woods. And one of their memories was as a teenager going out to the porn log. There's a log in the woods stuffed with porn. Fun game, by the way. Oh, a cool one to stream. Voidwalker seems good if they're doing reanimator things. In your town, you had a porn stash under the bridge. Amazing. Would I do a Force Storm Step? I don't think I'll be able to finish the next draft, Firefighter. Is the issue with that. Your uncle kept it in his glove box of his school bus in his junkyard. Very specific. I appreciate the offer, Firefighter. I think I'm good on stips today, and this is the number 2. I usually only do a couple. That was not what I meant to do. That's okay. Yeah, obviously I meant to play the Soul Ring out, and then, like, play the Emperor Bones and Midley Oliphant, and actually do things instead of not doing things, which is what I'll be doing now. Has this just been one song the whole time? It's a very thematic album. Well, yeah, legitimate question. You can tell there's different songs because that person's soloing right now. Alternates between bagpipes and clarinet and this large traditional flute. You can certainly park them, your Octo's boyfriend. We did that in between yesterday and today. I try not to do it for stip drafts. Oh, I see what you're asking. Yeah, you can't set aside a deck for and then like play another league over it. You could set aside a deck. You could set aside the league and go play the elimination queues if you wanted to play a deck later, but wanted to keep on jamming. Opponent's down to one card in hand. This Torsten might just get to resolve. We're only 2 different colors away from this Omnath. Oh, shit. Oh, they saw that I was casting a fucking 7 or 8 drop, but they were just off it. And they're like, nah. Fair enough. That must have been a Moldo Oblivion, huh? They just did not have a lot of cards to work with. There's a sampler, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Could that have been the old looting? Could be an uncountable One Ring. Tap for wrong mana, they give up. No, I hadn't clicked. But I thought that I might have, because like, it disappeared underneath my mouse, but it was them conceding. So that's what that brief moment of panic was. Oh, they saw Torsten with grief. Sure. Yeah, so they knew it was up. Fair enough. Opponent hasn't played their second land yet, but they are doing a reasonable job of killing all of my things. I didn't even get to play the One Ring. I didn't even give him a reason to concede here. Man, this deck truly is perfect. These matches. Did they see the ring off bobble? Maybe. Could be a good reason to scoop a doop. Opponent took 1 mull on the play here. That's kind of interesting. Because Bombardiers could kill it. Hey, McFoot Soldier, thanks the 19 months. Just need one of either me or the opponent to play a show and tell, and we'll be in a good spot. Whoa. I get to draw a card. Exciting. Baragwayf being permanent exiled appeals to me. Have I played with the new Once Upon a Galaxy patch? What's the new patch? I played some this morning, but I don't know if I saw anything. They added some new cards. Cool. Man, we are destroying all of our natural order business here. I guess if I overfill my hand, I can discard the worm, shovel it back in. Probably better to have been the Atraxa for Emperor Bones to get it. Oh, they had to choose a target, so they targeted their own Chandra instead of their own face. Wild. So we are pumping their Pyrogoyf, but I feel like that's worth. One Ring's covering up a lot of deck building sins on my part. The game has ended. Yeah, I was gonna do some shit that turn for sure. For sure. Cool. So that deck trophied. I don't know. I would not. I would have bet on some wins. I would not have bet on a trophy. It was the mana base was a little sus. But yeah, the Soul Ring and the One Ring connected a few times, and it worked out. Our mana was a good enough. 6-0, yeah. And we cheated some nice fatties into play. Thanks again to Velen. Well stipped. Rings are good. Rings are good. Hey, look at me on the front page. A lot of fatties that cost 6 or 7 mana. Yeah, that's kind of nice sometimes, huh? Just casting shit. Oh, I can remove the stip from the overlay. Not a bad Monday night, huh? Got a couple trophies in there. Yeah, we certainly got lucky, right? We had a few opponents flooding and mulliganing to oblivion and stuff. I think our deck felt pretty bad when we didn't draw Soul Ring. Chakricon. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with your assessment there. Well, I'm a big Emrakul head, but I've drafted a lot of Emrakul lately. Maybe it's time to Nadu, huh? I haven't Nadu'd in a bit. You Badger Mold a Strip Mine earlier? Nice. Yeah, I played a Bug Legacy deck to try out Badger Mold Cub, and it was playing Quad Wasteland, and that was kind of sweet. So you could take Verdant Catacombs here and just angle towards good mana. I'm going to take the Malevolent Rumble because it'll help me piece together whatever Nadu combo I end up with. It'd be kind of sweet if the Uro Wheels too, huh? Good one to bin a bunch of junk in the graveyard. Why is Leovold not as popular anymore? Pretty much every old... I mean, so Leovold costs a restrictive amount of mana, right? You have to be bug colors specifically. It used to be like a nice draw to bug. But now there's like Narset, Hull Breacher, fucking Orcs, Shieldred. Like there's a lot of cards doing that shit where you don't have to play 3 colors. Leovold's still good, but it's hard to justify. Should I play Ouroboros? I feel like I have not played this card much at all. That halfling, so delighted. Profs triggers Nadu. As does Ballista, I guess. Coming together kind of clean. We still don't have any Nadu combos, but I think we'll get there. You didn't think it'd been Leovold? I think they have. I think they've cut him and brought him back. Sorry about the yawn. So the tracker kind of leans towards a landfall type deck. It helps us cut green, but I don't know if I'm thrilled about it. I think I'd rather have Skydiver for the sideboard or Otawara in the main deck. I was having Otawara. Hey, Lightning Greaves. Well, that's the best combo with Nadu. Green's got a lot of like incidental combos too, like Bristly Bill Cub, that sort of thing. I saw this band play at a Metal Fest in Germany. And they were one of the bands that, like, just isn't going to come to the States very often. So it was one of my draws, one of the reasons I justified flying to Europe for a metal festival. It was funny because all of the bands that I was excited to see there, all the locals had seen a bunch of times, so they like weren't that stoked about them, and they were all excited about the American bands that came over that I got to see all the time, Elder and such. But seeing this band live was an experience for sure. Almost spiritual. I think spiritual is a good word for it. They put all the fucking spotlights on the lead singer / guitar player, and then have all of the people like with the cool instrumentals like just popping off in the background and just jamming, just enjoying themselves. Whereas he's like a focal point of a light show, sort of. And there were a lot more people in the crowd. They were really jazzed about him than I was expecting. Odd band to try and turn someone on to. So they kind of just have the one song, but I think it's really good. You think Ascension's a combo with Nadu? Is it? What's the combo? He's like Earthbend 2 or something, right? If you copied a Mockingbird on the stack, Mockingbird cares about the amount of spent to cast it. So if you copied it, you would just get a 1/1 bird. Landfall put a counter. Doesn't it need to have like 4? Isn't it like a weird quest thing where like it does that eventually? I don't think I've seen that happen. It's not just like automatically does that, right? Like you have to do the thing first. Yeah, I don't think that's a real combo. I think that's a fake combo. I will simply play my 3-drop, and then 4 turns later, then turn 7, my Nadu will trigger. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Just hold on. Just you wait. Earthbending on a land does not trigger Nadu unless the land is already a creature. You remember how highly I picked the 4/4 flying vigilance land, and now it's just not so good? The colonnade? Yeah, I still want it. I still want it in my blue-white control decks, of course. But you're right that like back in the day, like cards like Tar Pit and Colonnade were high picks because they could just win the games on themselves sometimes. And now it's kind of rare that that happens. I think I'm just grabbing a fetch, huh? Just grabbing a stinky fetcheroo. One stinker, please. You're at Wan Shi. I've been really impressed with the 5-mana Wan Shi. I like that card like a lot. I've been having so much fun with it. Definitely my favorite addition to this cube. Real fun, pleasant surprise. How did I decide between the red and white fetch? People are less keen to play white, green, so it's more likely to wheel. It's not gonna wheel, but you know. Also could help me splash a Minsc and Boo that I opened in pack 3. There's not a ton of white cards I'd want to splash. Maybe a Swords. So there's 3 cards here that appeal to me. There's a Skull Clamp, there's a Dismember, and there's an Ursine Monstrosity. Dismember actually solves a problem for blue-green of just not being able to kill anything ever. So Dismember goes from being, like, kind of bad in other color pairs to being actively good in blue-green. I'm going to take the Clamp, though. It, like, does the Nadu thing of, like, pay a mana, trigger a thing, get a Nadu card. On top of just being good with the rest of the deck. Yeah, the Hedge Maze is tempting. Just more good fixing. Fetchable, too. I'm gonna grab the Time Warp. Time Warp's a way to, like, after you draw your deck with Nadu, it's a way to convert to the win. That's not just miserable to have in your deck anyway. Kind of a crazy late 4th, in my opinion. Six is okay. I'm gonna take Preordain. You think Stoneforge would be a decent white splash? Oh, to get the Greaves more consistently. Yeah, interesting idea. Hey, we got the Cradle. Pretty good Cradle deck. Reclaimer can go get it when it's good and such. Nissa can untap it. Our biggest miss, aside from power right now, is actually Bristly Bill. Bristly Bill combos with Nadu. And then also combos with Nissa. In a way that Cub does not. You feel like you value cantrips too highly? Maybe. There was a long time where the cube was like starved for cantrips. And it felt like every deck wanted them, and everyone was fighting over the same 2 or 3 cards. Thinking about Pilgrim versus Caryatid. I guess I just want Pilgrim. A little bit more mana efficient for the guy's Cradle. Displacer Kitten to reset Nadu. Huh? Not huge on Malcolm, but maybe it gets better in a deck with Lightning Greaves. Yeah, the Ancient Tomb's tempting, but I'm gonna grab QB here. Well, we got Monstrosity Bang. Yeah, I mean, Dark Depths would fit with a Reclaimer and Lightning Greaves and all that. I think I'm fine being focused around Nadu. I guess I'm grabbing Force of Vigor for the sideboard. I don't think the Swords of Plowshare's splash is free enough. Or Vamp, right? We have a Colonnade and a Horizon Canopy. Yeah, maybe. I'm actually gonna grab Wan Shi. Love this Oko pickup. I was talking a little bit about being weak to creatures earlier. Out of blue. Blue-green in particular. You're not like removal colors. So that's one of the reasons that I grabbed Wan Shi kind of aggressively. And then Oko also can answer opposing things. Arwen's another one you'd wish they'd drop. Arwen's like actually pretty good. Folks just don't want to draft green-white. If I was banned here, I'd play it for sure. Yeah, I was hoping for another green combo card with Nadu. The Green Sun can find us the Nadu, but it can't find us a combo piece. Speaking of the Bant Splash, someone suggested Stoneforge earlier. We have Greaves and Skullclamp here. Just the 2 white duels. So there's another white duel. I think I want Chariot, though. Chariot Soothe Greaves and triggers Nadu. I've had green-white be stipped before, and it's done really well for me. In particular, Parallax Wave just solves a lot of problems for green decks. And I think at that point, Weather Wayfarer was in the cube, so I was using it to 2 different guys' Cradle. It was kind of cute. Badger Mole Cub is pretty sick here. Just a really nice guy's Cradle card. Yeah, Tez finding Clamp is not that exciting. It's not enough reason to run a Tez. I guess Tamiyo is sick with Time Warp. Yeah, that little bit there sounds like a didgeridoo. On their band website, they don't have any of them playing the didge, though. But the large flute that he plays is open-sided, and when you play it like a flute, you're like doing something along the edge. I kind of wonder if he's switching between playing the flute like a flute and playing it like a didge. But I don't know how to find that out. Have I listened to Slamosa? Seems like they'd be a good fit for me. They don't sound familiar. I could check them out. Is there a track or album I should listen to? Have I tried asking him? I have not. Hunt them down on social media. Oddly late Tez there. Biggest hope from Pack 3? Well, Pack 3's done. Like, my biggest hope right now is that we get into deck building sooner rather than later. Pack 4, Pack 4, Pack 4. Nine blue's probably plenty, That's probably plenty. Four-pack Power Cube sounds like an interesting format. Kind of. You can always just decide, when you've got a cube and paper, you can always just decide to draw 4 packs if you want to. I drafted a cube the other day where they put a power pack in the cube. So everybody drafts as normal, but then all of the power cards, all the like real messed up stuff, is in a pack of 15 that you draft at some point, and like wheels, so everyone gets a couple picks out of it. Wheels or snakes, however you refer to it, where like the first seed takes a card, and then the 8th seed takes 2 cards, and it switches directions. I forget the name. You just heard it call it snake. It was like the normal way to draft with Rochester, right? I haven't Rochestered in so long. I remember watching it on Pro Tour coverage. It looked insanely slow. Oh shit, we got a song request in here. Appreciate the $6.90, Master Mike. Song request bait successful. Yeah, get baited. This is Slamosa Horses. Oh, I think I've heard this track. I think this is on my my Stoner Rock playlist. You're right, though. I do enjoy them. If our shit lives, then next turn we can clamp up the Ouroboros. Really get things growing. I think I added one other track by them recently, but I think I've literally only heard the 2 songs. Battling Guns is good too. Sick. Oh no, my Skull Clamp. I'll fire Battling Guns up after this one. Do-do-do-do. I played a discard spell. We gotta get this Tamiyo in here. People always miss the Tamiyo passive. It might be better than Mockingbird. If they're not playing a creature deck. You want Mockingbird to like be able to copy your stuff and the opponent's stuff, right? Image is a little bit better against blue black because they might just like reanimate a Grizzlebrand or something, and you're like, okay, now I've got one. Whereas Mockingbird can't really do that. Do 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 do. I'm actually gonna fetch out a basic forest because I'm a basic, but basic boy. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, the concern was they killed Noble Hierarch and then Wasteland me, right? My curve's a lot worse without that Noble Hierarch. That's all I'm saying. Could be better. Stock up is indeed in the cube. Doom ba doo 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 doo. Would Hullbreacher be too busted in Modern? Probably not. Hard to imagine a 3-2 being too busted in Modern. Like, trick as to whether to Hullbreacher here or do it on their turn. I guess I'll do it in response to the draw spell or connive triggering. We could get got though. Glad I chilled on it. So the Consider is probably still going to bin a card, because that still gets them closer to their win. Our issue is our hand doesn't really beat them, just like drawing for 5 turns and playing just casting the Oracle. Maybe if we like, oh, they left on top, interesting. Maybe if we play Bear into Time Warp, that could be enough damage. There's a lot of damage. Yeah, they just lose here. Need one more turn. Oh shit, I got my other turn. See if this resolves. Oh. Wow. Wow. The Hull Breacher carry. The Hull Breacher fucking carry. Oh my god. How many times have I time warped my opponent? Lifetime? Maybe once. I had a smokestack going and I thought it was funny. Well, I guess we'll try on this mono green hand. What do we think? Can this beat the Sandwich King? I think that's also probably one Red Ferret, and that was a long time ago. I guess Mindslaver hasn't been in the cube in a long time. Was it not possible to Nissa and Time Warp just now? That is an aggressive Solitude. I mean, if the Time Warp resolves, you just win. I don't think it's great to get too cute. Potentially get, like, dazed or something. The Samwise, of course, explains the aggressive Solitude because I got it back anyway. How have you liked Ouroboros? It's alright. I don't think I would have it in if I built a cube, but that's like part of the fun of cubing is seeing other people's choices and such. Got me. We know they have a Solitude, and they're probably gonna Solitude the Nadu, assuming it resolves. But maybe that means I get 2 Nadu triggers here. Yeah, fun tune. Fair enough. They're gonna at least make me pay for my trigger. Only 3 mana, not enough for Ouroboride. Guess we're just passing. That's an annoying answer. But now they have 2 cards left, one of them Solitude. If I sack the Eldrazi spawn to play the Nissa, floating with Cradle, of course, and then leading a Forest Dump, I could have played Ouroboride as well this turn. Yeah, I guess I didn't have a stop set, so I didn't Solitude the Ouroboride. Technically speaking, like, it's good to clamp the Ouroboride so that everything gets larger, but I was like, we know that they have a Solitude in hand from earlier. Am I a wearing a hat outside person? Yeah, I'll trade. Interesting. Coming for that ass, Sandwich King. Interesting trade. More cards, more. Yeah, I'm typically not much of a hat person, but I also don't particularly like getting sunburned. There's some festivals I'm planning on this summer. Where I'm thinking about getting a sun hat for them. And by thinking about getting, I mean, I ordered a sun hat. You want to see it? I literally ordered it last night. How many months until Wisconsin sees the sun again? Yeah, right? Oh, did I click the wrong? Let's see if view my order works. That's not a good picture. Oh, this buy again button. I'll just fucking search for the... There we are. This was the hat that I just purchased last night. I thought it looked like actually useful. Was my main goal. Like I wanted it to actually have a wide enough brim to keep the sun off my face, which was actually difficult to find. A lot of places that have like good looking hats are just like front, and I didn't want to buy like a cowboy hat, like an expensive leather thing. I wanted it to pack really well. This seems like exactly that, right? Like it seems like it would like fold up real nice and then actually keep the sun on my face and be lightweight and breathe. I need that. I sweat so much. I need something super lightweight like that. Anyway, looking forward to trying it out. For the second half of my review, straw hat. I thought about a straw hat. I thought that sun hat would look a little bit better with my battle vest. Like it's like metallic colored, right? And my battle vest is, black. Nothing wrong with a straw hat though. I did consider it. Let's talk birds. I like fucking talking birds. Giving Wan Chi signals, it really is, yeah. Straw hat's also harder to pack, yeah. You got an old man sun hat like that for playing tennis last summer? Nice. Caleb D. Luffy. Yeah, Luffy hat. Pretty solid too. I guess I'll attack. Interesting. The dream here would be this Ocelot Pride. Producing copying Eska's Chariot tokens. Well, it doesn't look like that's happening. Opponent is down to their last card, which hopefully means my things get to do their thing. Oko is not very good against this pile of shit they have. So I need to draw a little something else here. The bird clone would be good on their Solitude. Hey, a little something else. Yeah, the Hull Breacher is face up, so I don't think it's amazing to just like pass with it. Better to get the Oko doing stuff, I think. Very awkward to turn a clamp into a 3/3. Awesome. Now we can just amass value behind our wall of planeswalkers. Note that Otawara could bounce Skull Clamp if I wanted to have a Skull Clamp again. Oh, fun, they're trying out Katara. And then next turn, I think Oko is going to make the Noble Hierarch a 3/3. And maybe they're trying to bait me into using that. Or something. I don't know. Maybe I won't just finish this matchup, huh? Maybe I'll just finish this league. Still haven't had a Nadu combo. We've had Nadu look good, though. We had them have to spend a lot of resources to keep the Nadu in check. Was part of us being able to win that first game. Yep. Yeah, Nissa and Oko can work together to make a 6/6 for sure. You do lose haste, so it's worth noting. Cradle reducing a Aura cost. That is funny. I had a Crocus bounce itself the other day. By the other day, I mean last cube season, but feels fresh on my mind. I'm actually going to keep this hand. A little loosey-goosey. And then I'm not sure whether to Badger Mole or Greaves onto. Probably Greaves. Will everyone leave if I play a little bit of black metal at the end of the stream? Probably. You won't mind while sipping on your Mexican Coke? Be careful with those. Dangerous. So you could Badger Mole Cub with the Wooded Foothills to get an extra land drop. I think I'd rather just Cub into Malcolm. A good day to you too, Order 9. Lorien revealed binning a Zerta deck. Interesting. Image doesn't carry Lightning Greaves very well. Badger's funny with Nissa. Yeah, those lands tapping for 3 mana. Lysurge has played Nadu in decks that couldn't trigger it and still had to be great. Yeah. I mean, it's scary. People want to kill it immediately. And you're just always getting your value off of it. Just a 3/4 against the non-interactive decks, of course, though. To the surprise of no one, they had a counter. Kind of a brutal one because it's giving them a pile of mana, but it just gives them underneath library at least. Malcolm needs like 4 counters, 4 or more counters. Not that there's anything super exciting to cast for free in my deck. Well, that's how you test him, Salty Rutabaga. I have some sympathy for that. For wanting to test the new cards out. How else are you going to find out if they're good or not? Badger Mole, I think, is a weird one to get, well, weird about, too. Just, like, pretty clearly good. So in an ideal world, we'd get this Tez off the board, and then it couldn't tutor for, like, Ballista next turn or something. Who knows if that'll be possible. Hell yeah, Matt, man. Love me some birria burritos. Yeah, I agree, Woodard. Big agree. I'm a fan of like being willing to test new stuff, but then after you test it, be like, okay, well, moving on. Vivi adds red. I think our best bet here. I mistapped. They have 2 infinite mana payoffs, so we can't remove that aspect, but we can remove their second source of red and hope they just can't cast it. We can try to kill this Tez. In case that was useful. Well, there's the infinite. Now what can they do with it, because they've got Zerta and then 1 card left in hand. The hope here is that they don't have anything too impressive to do, and they just have to like crack a Mind Stone and pray. You're wondering if anyone has been to those live Magic events. There's one in January. You're wondering if it's something normal people can get to. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they can. Anurak. You can double check on their websites and stuff. But I'm pretty sure those are like SCG run events where, you know, they're playing like events. I think they have events of like different types and stuff that people can jam. I'm probably the worst person to ask because I haven't gone to one. I'll be going to my first in a couple months. We're talking about the SCG regional championships, but it's like wrapped up into something else. You're talking about the one in Portland, right? Hmm. Oh, the Green Sun Zenith shuffled in. 2 more spirit tokens. Force of Vigor looks good here. That's some good eats right there. I'll cut Mockingbird. Didn't look like they had much to copy. What was lethal? You missed it. We just tutored up Nadu, and we had like 10 creatures in play, and the opponent conceded. We were going to draw our whole deck. I was showing this album to my wife on a road trip. Just driving out of Chicago for some show. And I was like, man, I really like all the like fun nature sounds and like birds and stuff. It was pleasant, just a pleasant tone. And she looked down at the track title and she's like, Caleb, it's called "The Earth Is Weeping." I'm like, no, those are happy. I can tell the difference between happy birds. They should have gotten different birds if they wanted. Right, can it win? I wonder how many tokens we could have made. Because maybe you get Gaia's Cradle out too. Kind of dig Cub. Do I dig a second blue source? Not quite. Just because I don't have anything that can currently use it. He almost sounds like a neo-folk track. Six mana. Ballista for 3. Pretty exciting. I guess they couldn't have quite just won. I think they were a single mana away from just having a win there. Putting the Ballista to hand, jamming it, making infinite mana, and then killing with Ballista. Or putting Zirda to hand, sorry. Oh, I guess it was 2 mana, Because it's not 1 mana to untap Grim Monolith, it'll be 2. Had they just put Zirda to hand last turn, they would have super won. this turn. They would have just won the game already. Makes sense to want to slow me down a little bit, but I think I would have gone for the Zerda line. I am not Scott. For a lot of different reasons. The main one was last year was pretty rough, and I wanted to trim some stress from my 365 year. Was a very hard decision. I think I essentially have like a turn here. To find a second blue source for this Wand Shame. And have that target the Ballista, I think. That's funny. My best stream ever was when I tried all those bottles of booze. I have no idea what you're talking about, but from the sounds of it, that sounds pretty normal. Yeah, it doesn't narrow it down. Oh, the one. Will I be mocking chat for suggesting bad lines this year? I would never mock chat. I'm too nice. I'm too soft at heart. Well, hot diggity. Third trophy of the day. Yeah, the deck played out pretty clean, huh? As always, you have to like run well and have the opponents run poorly in Vintage Cube because like everyone's deck is doing nutty shit. But that all happened. Oh, we got some nice wins. Sweet. I'm done for the night. Let's raid somebody. I haven't raided somebody in the past couple of nights. It's the correct season for it, right? We gotta share the joy. I really like this Black Braid album. I think it's my favorite metal album of the year. I just always want to listen to it. Oh, someone's jamming Pre-Modern. I'm gonna give them a raid. Pre-Modern fucking rules. It is Brecht, but I'm not jamming it this year. I don't think I've caught this folk's stream before. We'll go check them out together. For those of y'all who don't know, Pre-Modern is an awesome format. A lot of boomer cards. 4th edition, Discourage or something. I think from the thumbnail they were doing some survival nonsense. We'll see.